Audio Channel 2. 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 Audio channel 2.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, you are kindly invited to take your seats. The proceedings are about to begin. Excellencies, distinguished guests, may we all rise for their Majesties, the King and Queen of Spain.
Yo quise vivir contigo, pero no morir por ti. Yo quería reír contigo, pero no llorar por ti. Si pudiendo estar conmigo, estuviste contra mí. ¿Sabes cuál es tu destino? Que te vayas ya de aquí. Bien de amores, lo que quiero es bien de amores. Bien de amores, lo que quiero es bien de amores. No sé yo con mi corazón, todo lo que a ti te amaba ahora me amo yo. Le pido a Dios que te cuide, por lo bonito de la vida te guíe. Volviendo a ser yo con mi corazón, todo lo que yo te amaba ahora me amo yo. Le pido a Dios que te cuide, por lo bonito de la vida te guíe. Bien de amores, lo que quiero es bien de amores. Bien de amores, lo que quiero es bien de amores. Estar sin ti me hace bien, porque ya no dejo que nadie me cambie. Estar sin ti me hace bien. Estar sin ti me hace bien, porque ya no dejo que nadie me cambie. Estar sin ti me hace bien.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, we will now hear an address by His Majesty, the King of Spain.
Muy buenos días.
A very good morning to everybody. Secretary General of the United Nations, heads of state, President of Spain, vice presidents, prime ministers and representatives of international organizations and multilateral organizations, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The Queen and I would like to welcome you to Spain, to Andalusia, to Seville, for this 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. This city, which is open to the world, a city that is both Mediterranean and Atlantic, which is both European and Ibero-American, welcomes you with open arms because this city is aware, as are all Spaniards, of the great significance of the message that must emanate from this summit, a renewed and fresh impetus for the Sustainable Development Agenda. Spain is proud of having been chosen to be the host, which reflects our journey and growing commitment to multilateralism and international cooperation over the last 4 decades. Sevilla, the first European city to host this summit, follows Monterrey, Doha, and Addis Ababa as a meeting point for us to discuss a crucial question: how to strengthen the framework for financing for development at this highly complex time. I hope that your voice will resound loud and clear, that a new roadmap will emanate from this summit, one that is based on what is concrete and tangible and actionable, because in these times, delivering on our commitment is the best way to reach the entire international community. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, this conference must be a success because international cooperation is one of the fundamental pillars of the multilateral world. It is the ultimate embodiment of the values that sustain it, especially at this particular point in history where many certainties are melting away and many fears and uncertainties are taking shape. I would like to take the opportunity of being here to underscore 3 ideas. Firstly, in an ever-changing world, cooperation must serve to build the future for generations to come, but also it reflects a present of which we are all, the international community, part of and responsible for. Because there is only one reality and it cannot be fragmented. It doesn't work in silos. And in this context, the Sustainable Development Agenda, adopted in 2015, and now we are 5 years away from the deadline we set ourselves for its achievement, remains fully relevant because global challenges cannot be deferred. They require fresh momentum for our collective effort. And the time has come to give ourselves that energy with determination, with effectiveness, and with guarantees of shared responsibility. The second idea that I'd like to mention is that at a time in which the challenges stand very tall and when there is a clear lack of financing, the only possible response is that of efficiency. The language of efficiency is the language that must define this conference, the language that will be found in the outcome document in the Sevilla commitment, which is the fruit of a consensus which in and of itself is a great cause for celebration. And it is also the language that will shine through in the Sevilla Platform for Action, a platform designed for weaving partnerships and mobilizing resources around the Sustainable Development Goals. Your work and your ability to build virtuous circles and levers for development and prosperity will be the best possible defense for multilateralism. My third point is that the tremendous shifts that we are living through, heading towards a new form of geopolitics, cannot and must not lead to a total revision of the rule of law, of solidarity, of human dignity, of the world, which is to be found in the Universal Declaration on Human Rights and the UN Charter. We must be very careful to ensure that that does not happen. Despite the difficulties, we must continue on the long path of multilateral diplomacy, not because we believe that that is always the most direct or swiftest path, or because we refuse to see its clear shortcomings, but rather because we know where other paths have led throughout history. The United Nations and its specialized agencies and bodies must continue to play a central role as the main source of stimulus for so many processes of dialogue and cooperation. Because, distinguished delegates, as Dag Hammarskjöld said, the Secretary General of the United Nations between 1953 and 1961, and one of the most clear-sighted diplomats of the 20th century, said, "The pursuit of peace and progress cannot end in a few years in either victory or defeat. The pursuit of peace and progress, with its trials and its errors, its successes and its setbacks, can never be relaxed and never abandoned." So let us continue this pursuit. Let us make the Sevilla conference a new milestone on the agenda for development. We owe it to the generation of our forefathers, and we also owe it to the generation of our children and grandchildren. And we owe it to all those who, in our own time, have not the voice or the energy with which to call for a better and fairer world. For them, for us, sustainable development is a cause that we must never renounce. Thank you very much, and I wish you every success.
In 2015, the global community came together to set a bold plan for people and planet. Yet today, the Sustainable Development Goals are off track, and the financing gap to meet the goals has soared. In Sevilla, our challenge is to renew commitment to financing the agenda so that countries are empowered to leverage resources to fund education, health, and other essential services for all, so that private capital is unlocked to invest in opportunities across all countries at scale. For international development cooperation that finances for maximum impact, crowds in other resources, and builds global solidarity. For international trade that spurs development, creating jobs and sharing knowledge. For a debt framework that delivers for development, lowering borrowing costs and resolving debt crises effectively and fairly. For a reformed international financial architecture that is inclusive and better protects countries from shocks and crises. And for a world where science, technology, and innovation work to solve our biggest challenges. This is the moment to renew the spirit and hope of the SDGs, to build unity, to turn commitments into action. For people, for the planet, and for generations to come.
Declaro abierta la...
I call to order the opening plenary of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. I wish to inform the conference that in accordance with Rule 17 of its Rules of Procedure, I will serve as temporary president of the conference until the election of its president. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. Welcome to Sevilla. I now invite the conference to consider item 2 of its agenda, entitled Election of the President. It is my understanding that there is general agreement among delegations to elect His Excellency Pedro Sánchez Pérez Castejón, President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain, as President of the Conference. May I take it that the conference wishes to elect by acclamation His Excellency Pedro Sánchez Pérez Castejón, President of the Government of the Kingdom of Spain, as President of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development?
Así que...
It is so decided. I congratulate His Excellency on his election, and I invite him to take his seat at the podium to take over the proceedings of the conference. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Distinguidas jefas.
Distinguished heads of state and government, Your Majesty, the King of Spain, Your Majesty, the Queen of Spain, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Filimon Yang, President of the 79th session of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Bob Rae, President of the Economic and Social Council, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished participants. It is an honor and a privilege for me to have been elected President of the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. Allow me now to deliver some introductory remarks as President of the conference.
Buenos días.
Good morning and welcome to everyone to this 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. Dear Antonio, dear Secretary General, thank you, first of all, for your work and the work of all the UN staff who have worked hand in glove with many workers from Spain to ensure that this conference will be a success. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the Board of Andalusia and of Sevilla, the city that is hosting us.
Authorities, our time is now and our place is here. We have gathered because billions of people's lives depend on the decisions we make these days, on whether we choose ambition over paralysis, solidarity over indifference, or courage over convenience.
Dear friends from all continents, the world's eyes are upon us, not just to hear what we have to say, but also to see what we are ready to do together. And in the face of this historic challenge, we must prove our worth. Sevilla welcomes you, a city where centuries ago, the world seemed to converge in one place. Sevilla was a crossroads of cultures and languages and interests, which made her an unofficial headquarters of global diplomacy. If today we were to look for an early symbol of what the United Nations might be, we would find it here in the New York, if I may, of the 16th century. That was beautiful Sevilla back then, a cradle of globalism. And Spain welcomes you, a country in which Bartolomé de las Casas, Francisco de Vitoria, and the School of Salamanca contributed to laying the groundwork for the rights of people. It was an embryo of international public law and international humanitarian law, which today brings us here together in the spirit of multilateralism. Sevilla is taking up the torch of Addis Ababa. And as we saw in the video, 10 years ago, with the 2030 agenda and the action agenda, together we charted a roadmap and a plan for leaving nobody behind. The time has now come to hold ourselves to account, and there is absolutely no room for complacency. The financing gap for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals is estimated at $4 trillion annually. $4 trillion. And according to the latest progress report, only 1/3 of the measurable goals will be met. 2 out of 5 families are living in countries that have to invest more on servicing their debt than in the education or healthcare of their sons and daughters. That is not the path for sustainable development. We know that it is a path that leads to frustration, and it is also the path of injustice. Therefore, Excellencies, the government of Spain believes that this summit is an opportunity for us to change course, for us to raise our voice in the face of those who seek to convince us that rivalry and competition will set the tone for humanity and for its future. And that is why I suggest we focus on 3 goals. First of all, to turn our words into action. The Sevilla commitment should renew and take the legacy of Addis Ababa further. Those who wish to make swifter progress in implementing the Sevilla commitment can and must do so. And with this goal in mind, we are launching the Sevilla Platform for Action, a space for promoting coalitions and bolder initiatives in which countries, multilateral institutions, civil society, and the private sector, all interested stakeholders who wish to join forces in order to maximize their impact can do so. This platform will be presented this afternoon, and with this platform, we will be able to translate our commitments into tangible action on the ground. The second goal is to face the major development debates with solidarity so as to leave nobody behind. In a world in which the donor community is shrinking drastically, the time has come to step forward and not only reaffirm our commitment, but redouble it. We need to improve debt sustainability and ensure tax justice and deliver on our commitments on development aid. Developing countries need fiscal space. They need fiscal space for implementing their national strategies. And therefore, it is essential to reform international financial architecture so as to make it more representative, more just, and above all, more effective. And thirdly, we have to bolster trust. We have to keep the flame alive and believe in it. In an ever more fragmented world, inclusive and strengthened multilateralism is more necessary than ever, and it must have the UN at its heart. A dialogue based on respect and where everybody is on equal footing should guide our decisions. There is no North and no South. There is just one humanity that requires joint solutions for joint challenges. Therefore, I would like to make the case for empathy, a quality that is inherent in multilateralism and which enables us to see the world from the other person's point of view. Let us look beyond the random scars of history that we call borders, and let us see and act beyond our passports, because there is no border, however fortified, there is no wall, however high, that can slow down the challenges that we are facing. But let me assure you that nor can walls and borders slow down our commitment towards humanity and the planet. To conclude, I would like to sincerely thank all delegations for their work in this process. And in particular, I would like to praise the excellent work of the co-presidents, Portugal and Burundi, and that of the co-facilitators, Norway, Mexico, Zambia, and Nepal. Thank you to all of you. Excellencies, let me conclude. Sevilla offers us a great opportunity. At these highly difficult and uncertain times, opportunities are few and far between. So we must seize this one. We must work together to ensure that when we look back, we can say with certainty that we did what needed doing, when it needed doing, as it needed doing. Let us shine the bright light of beautiful Sevilla on the future of the generations that are to come. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would now like to invite His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to address the conference.
Majestades,
Your Majesties, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank the government and people of Spain for their warm welcome for us here in Sevilla for this important conference. For decades, the mission of sustainable development has united countries large and small, developed and developing. Together, we achieved progress, reducing global poverty and hunger, saving lives with stronger healthcare systems, getting more children into school, expanding opportunities for women and girls, and strengthening social safety nets. But today, development and its great enabler, international cooperation, are facing massive headwinds. We are living in a world where trust is fraying and multilateralism is strained. A world with a slowing economy, rising trade tensions, and decimated aid budgets. A world shaken by inequalities, climate chaos, and raging conflicts. The link between peace and development is clear. 9 of the 10 countries with the lowest human development indicators are currently in a state of conflict. Excellencies, financing is the engine of development. And right now, this engine is sputtering. As we meet the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, our global promise to transform our world for a better, fairer future is in danger. 2/3 of the Sustainable Development Goals targets are lagging. Achieving them requires an investment of more than $4 trillion a year. But this is not just a crisis of numbers. It's a crisis of people, of families going hungry, of children going unvaccinated, of girls forced to drop out of school. And we are here in Sevilla to change course, to repair and rev up the engine of development, to accelerate investment at the scale and speed required, and to restore a measure of fairness and justice for all.
Excellencies, the Sevilla commitment is a global promise to fix how the world supports countries as they climb the development ladder. I see three areas of action. First, we must get resources flowing fast. Countries must lead by mobilizing domestic resources and investing in areas of greatest impact: schools, healthcare, social protection, decent work, and renewable energy. Unlocking these investments requires strengthening tax systems and tackling illicit financial flows and tax evasion, and helping developing countries dedicate a greater share of their tax revenue to the systems people need. The Sevilla commitment calls on developed countries to double their aid dedicated to domestic resources mobilizations to support this. Multilateral and national development banks must unite to finance major investments. And this includes tripling the lending capacity of multilateral development banks and rechanneling specially drawing rights that can unlock lending capacity and help developing countries boost investments. And we also need innovative funding solutions to unlock private capital. Solutions that mitigate currency risks, that combine public and private finance more effectively, and ensure the risks and rewards of development projects are shared by both the public and the private sectors. And that ensure financial regulations assess risk appropriately and support investments in frontier markets. Second, we must fix the global debt system, which is unsustainable, unfair, and unaffordable. With annual debt service of $1.4 trillion, countries need and deserve a system that lowers borrowing costs, enables fair and timely debt restructuring, and prevents debt crises in the first place. And the Sevilla commitment lays the groundwork with other aspects, by also creating a single debt registry for transparency and promoting responsible lending and borrowing, by lowering the cost of capital through debt swaps and debt management support, and through debt service pauses in times of emergency. And third, we must increase the participation of developing countries in the institutions of the global financial architecture. The present major shareholders have a role to play, recognizing the importance of correcting injustices and adapting to a changing world. A new borrowers forum will give voice to borrowers for fairer debt resolution and fairer gap resolution, and to foster transparency, shared learning, and coordinated debt action. And we need a fairer global tax system shaped by all, not just by a few.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is not about charity. It is about restoring justice and to facilitate the ability of all people to live in dignity. This conference is not about money. It is about investments in the future that we wish to build together. Thank you all for being a part of this important and ambitious effort.
I thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for his statement, and I now invite His Excellency Philemon Yang, President of the General Assembly, to address the conference.
Your Majesty, the King of Spain, Your Excellency, President of the Government of Spain, esteemed heads of state and government, United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, It is an honor to address the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. I thank the government and people of Spain for hosting us in Seville. Despite the challenges the world faces, we meet today at a determining point in our history. Both the United Nations, now in its 80th year, and for the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which is central to achieving the United Nations' most foundational aims. We are at a unique moment to take the actions necessary to realize our aspirations. We have both challenges and opportunities. First and foremost, we need to renew our trust in multilateralism with the United Nations as its center. And secondly, we must lay the necessary groundwork to fully achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And to do so, we need the political will of all of us gathered here today. Global solidarity across peoples and nations, the financial resources that exist and can be channeled towards progress. But above all, we need leadership. We need leadership to guide us forward into a brighter, more prosperous future for everyone, everywhere. This is what this conference is about. Your Excellencies, we are now just 5 years away from the 2030 deadline to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet, the gap to finance them remains vast. Global financing needs have grown dramatically since 2015. This is especially true for developing countries, which require $4.2 trillion annually to close the financing gap. These developing countries are walking a tightrope between defaulting on debts, defaulting on their efforts to achieve sustainable development, and defaulting on the promise to provide acceptable standards of living to their people. The consequences are serious. 3.3 billion people live in countries that spend more on debt service than on health or education. Without urgent action, our promise to leave no one behind will remain unfulfilled. Your Excellencies, we cannot afford to lower our ambitions. The Pact for the Future, adopted in September 2024 by heads of state, commits us to closing the financing gap in developing countries. In tandem, the Compromiso de Sevilla and the Sevilla Platform for Action set a framework for renewed global partnership for the decade to come. Going forward, we must focus on the debt burdens which are derailing countries from their future or from the future they deserve. Reform of the international financial architecture as called for in the Pact for the Future and reinforced in the Compromiso presents options for creating more sustainable debt environments. The creation of a 25th chair at the International Monetary Fund dedicated to sub-Saharan Africa is a very welcome step. But more must be done. We must strengthen the voice and representation of developing countries, not as beneficiaries, but as equal partners in shaping their destinies and in shaping our future. We must enhance fiscal space and lower the cost of capital. Expensive capital makes it very difficult for developing countries. And we must strengthen cooperation on international tax matters. These efforts must include the finalization of a United Nations Framework Convention on International Tax Cooperation. An important aspect of this convention is to tackle illicit financial flows which deprive developing countries of about $88 billion annually. Through our efforts, scaling up climate finance will be critical to our success. Climate funds must be additional to, rather than diverted from other development priorities. Projections show developing countries need more than $1 trillion annually to build resilience. Each member state has something to contribute, whether financing and partnerships, capacity building, or even best practices. To this end, I urge member states to follow through in providing 0.7% of national income as official development assistance. This target was exceeded by only 4 countries last year, namely Denmark, Luxembourg, Norway, and Sweden. I call on others to match this level of commitment. If fulfilled, these funds could translate into fewer people going hungry in a world of plenty, fewer people lacking access to education amid a revolution in online learning, and fewer people falling behind in the global pursuit of progress. Your Excellencies, it is time to keep our promises. Let us ensure that Seville is remembered for what was set in motion: collective action to provide additional, innovative, adequate, affordable, predictable, and accessible financing for development from all sources, including the private sector. In fact, we have no shortage of solutions. Let us leave this conference ready to act together with hope, with ambition, and with the leadership that this moment demands. Thank you.
I thank the President of the General Assembly for his statement. I now invite His Excellency Mr. Bob Bray, President of the Economic and Social Council, to address the conference.
Majestades, Excellencies,
Your Majesties, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends, it's an honor to welcome you to the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. We are meeting in Seville at a critical time, full of possibilities, but also responsibilities. Around the world, political priorities are changing. Trade barriers are increasing, and international aid is shrinking. In this dynamic context, our shared commitment to multilateralism and sustainable development has never been so important. That is why we are gathered here today, to reaffirm our commitments and to set out our collective future. To overcome the fractures within our global financial system, to equip ourselves with the tools that will allow us better to respond to the challenges of today and to meet the needs of tomorrow, and to build a new path that is fair, inclusive, and sustainable. This is a unique opportunity for us to remodel and improve the global financial architecture.
My friends, the stakes could hardly be higher. Financing needs for sustainable development have increased dramatically, and we have all an obligation to work collectively to be able to successfully respond to these critical needs. Climate finance is critical to address mitigation and adaptation needs of countries. The most vulnerable, from the least developed countries to small island developing states, continue to shoulder the heaviest burdens, and at the same time, they are given the fewest resources. We need tangible progress for the most vulnerable. It was a wise person who once pointed out that strategy without resources is better called hallucination. We have come a long way. Since the end of the Second World War, the 80 years that we are now recognizing today as the key anniversary for the United Nations, let us at least recognize that the global economy has been transformed, that billions have been lifted out of poverty, that we have in fact seen a tremendous increase in living standards, in education and healthcare across the world. This progress does not only come from international institutions like the UN, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, but also from critical national and local efforts, what we call mobilizing domestic resources. This is what has helped to build the world we now live. It comes from not just governments, it comes from civil society, it comes from companies and workers who are creating wealth in partnership. Partnership is a word we have to get more used to as we see our resources around us dwindling. We simply must break down the silos that exist in every one of our institutions and between all of our institutions if we are going to succeed. But there is still an opportunity for us to reimagine how we can reinvest in the pillars of sustainable development, planet, peace, prosperity, and yes, once again, a word we must use often, partnership. Let me suggest this opportunity requires bold and sustained action in 4 key areas. And many of my colleagues from the podium have mentioned these as well. I just want to emphasize them. The first is that we have to close the financing gap for the Sustainable Development Goals. That is going to require greater resources from each and every one of us. Second, we have to continue to improve the global financial architecture to make it more representative, to make it more responsive, and to make it more resilient. All of the elements that this requires have been set out by the Secretary General and the President. Third, we must build trust. Trust starts with each one of us having faith in ourselves. Trust means complete honesty and transparency and predictability in our relationships. Trust means renewing our commitment to multilateralism. I can't overemphasize how trust is the central key component to the world in which we live. Its presence makes everything happen. Its absence creates chaos. Fourth, we have to continue to fight our common enemies and at least have the recognition that they are our common enemies. Unilateral actions that destroy trust and create chaos, illicit financial flows and corruption that corrode the global economy and deprive it not of billions of dollars, but of trillions of dollars. We now have a multi-trillion-dollar challenge for the global economy that we must deal with. As the president of the Economic and Social Council, I'm very proud of our work over this past year, but I will not dwell on it. Most of all, I want to congratulate the member states for bringing forward the ambition of the Sevilla outcome document, which we will be officially recognizing today, deepening our engagement with international financial institutions and strengthening the follow-up through enhanced monitoring, global dialogue, and regional and country-led action. And in particular, I'd like to give a shout out, as the president did as well, and it was very beautifully done, to my colleagues who were the co-facilitators of this process. We are here because of their determination and because of everyone's willingness to compromise. I like the fact that it's called El Compromiso de Sevilla. It is a compromise. It's not a perfect document, but it is a better document for all the work that we put into it. And let us remember that it is not just a compromise that is a static document. It is a document that is a call and a commitment to action. Chers amis,
Dear friends, now is the time to believe in what is possible, that we can ultimately build a financial system that is fair and that can bring about this future. We can reform these global institutions so that they truly reflect today's realities. And we can also mobilize all sources of finance for sustainable development, for climate action and social justice. Multilateralism must deliver. Multilateralism must come up with the goods, and we must show this.
Financial system that serves humanity. It sounds like an impossible task, but in fact, it can be done. But let me suggest a simple formula that the future is not inherited. Looking around this great city, we see what people built and have built over hundreds, indeed thousands of years. We inherit that, but we have to build other things. We have to build our own buildings, our new partnerships, our new political will. And if I may, I've done this before last week, so I have to ask the DG and the DSG to forgive me for repeating it, but I will because I think it's important to remember. It was a Canadian poet, Leonard Cohen, who pointed out that we should ring the bells that still can ring, but we should forget any notion of perfect offerings, because there is a crack. There is a crack in everything. And that's where the light gets in. We have to keep looking for this light. We have to bring the light into what it is that we do. And let us seize this moment. As we say in yet another language, not yet official at the United Nations, carpe diem. We have to seize the day, to pick the day, pick this time, to make this difference, to celebrate what we have done, but to recommit to the actions that are required. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank the President of the Economic and Social Council for his statement. I now invite Mr. Ajay Banga, President of the World Bank Group, to address the conference.
stall. Your Majesties, President Sanchez, Secretary General Guterres, distinguished guests, I think we are at an inflection point for development. On the one hand, we have the familiar challenges of poverty and fragility and conflict and rising debt and the need to build climate resiliency into everything that we do. Remember, ending poverty on a livable planet, as you saw in the opening video, is the mission of the World Bank Group. But on the other, there is a fast approaching demographic surge in emerging markets. I think that presents a huge opportunity for our future. But it only happens if these young people have access to clean air and clean water and education and health when they're growing up, and when they're ready, the chance to have a job. And I think that challenge will require resources at an unprecedented scale and pace. We know that there isn't enough money in government, in philanthropies, or in development institutions to meet every projection or every promise. And that's why we need the private sector. It's also why we must be more strategic and change how each of us approaches this issue. So let me start with what I do with the World Bank Group. We've been asked to move faster, simplify, operate more efficiently, deliver more impact. What we've tried to do over the last couple of years is respond with a set of reforms aimed at one simple goal. And this is the word that Bob used: be a better partner to our private sector and government clients. So, for example, we've cut project approval times by a third, from 19 to 13 months, with some projects now getting approved in under 30 days. We've helped to deepen collaboration across the MDBs and DFI system. We've given clients a single point of contact by merging all our structures in 40 countries already, with more to come. We've replaced 153 item scorecard with 22 outcome-focused metrics. We've sort of shaped our ambition around some very clear goals. Connect 1.5 billion to primary healthcare, for example, or deliver capital to 80 million women to open businesses, or double the agribusiness financing we do to 9 billion a year. All the idea is to build ecosystems of growth. Last year, we put $133 billion to work, plus mobilized another $66 billion of private capital. And with the new instruments and capital efficiency measures, we can expand our lending capacity by another $100 billion over the decade. The point is, this is all inadequate compared to the numbers you hear for the promises we need to deliver. Even our IDA 21 replenishment campaign, for which I thank many of you in the audience, including the government of Spain, for their generosity. Even that replenishment campaign, which put together with our leverage capacity, allows us to raise $100 billion for the next 3 years, 70% of which will go to Africa. Even that, at the end of the day, is inadequate when you add the challenges and the money that needs to be put to work. Now, there's many ways to tackle this. We're not all just stuck. So for governments, the starting point is spending better. In developing countries, if they raise their revenues, as I think Antonio mentioned, domestic resource mobilization, if they raise their revenues to 15% of GDP, they could unlock 400 billion annually. In partnership with the IMF, and Nigel is here, we're helping them get there. And then we assist them with budget reviews, cutting what doesn't work, shift spending to what does. We've already done this for 13 countries. We're in the process of doing it for 11 more. What happens when you're doing these reviews is you discover hidden potential, like the $1.25 trillion every year that is spent on subsidies for agriculture, fisheries, and fossil fuels around the world. Don't get me wrong, some of those are necessary, but many are inefficient. You repurpose a portion and you could free up funds while still protecting the vulnerable. So such actions can take us far, but we need the private sector and the jobs they create, because jobs are the surest way to put a nail in the coffin of poverty. But the private sector cannot succeed alone. Our communal efforts are needed to create the right conditions, and I put those in three pillars. The first is essential infrastructure, both physical, roads, ports, water, power, and human, healthcare, education, and skills, each with resiliency built into it. Second, a business-friendly environment, clear laws, transparent institutions. Third, support to scale for the private sector through capital and tools that reward risk-taking and the sharing of the returns between the public and the private. I think the bank delivers all of these. We operate across the continuum of public financing, knowledge, and private sector tools. What we're trying to do is focus on 5 sectors that generate local job creation. These are not sectors that are dependent on outsourcing from the developed economies. And that's infrastructure, physical and human, agribusiness, healthcare, tourism, and local value-added manufacturing. The potential of these sectors will only be realized if capital flows. Private investors don't fund good intentions. They fund opportunity, and they go where there is a probability of return. I was in the private sector for 40 years. I learned one thing, a probability of return with a management of risk, and I'll put my money to work. Over 5 years, the World Bank Group has provided $560 billion in financing, the last 5. We've mobilized $200 billion in private capital, and what doesn't get counted, we've also raised $250 billion from investors through bonds. The point is, it's still not enough. That's why we brought to work with the private sector through a lab that actually Mark Carney and Shriti Vadera ran for us until Mark moved on to a somewhat more important role. And we're now deploying sort of practical tools to overcome each of these. The first, regulatory policy certainty. We're helping governments create investable environments. We're proving that it works through the energy compacts we're doing right now with a number of governments in Africa, many of whom are here in this room. They're committing to regulatory reforms. The idea is to advance our goal of providing electricity to 300 million people by 2030 in partnership with the African Development Bank. Second, political risk insurance. Even if you get this regulatory policy, the private investor needs this kind of insurance. We've streamlined our guarantees. Early signs, both in volume and client feedback, are very promising. Third, foreign exchange. Volatility will deter long-term investing. So 1/3 of IFC's long-term commitments now in local currency, and we're headed to a target of 40% by 2030. Fourth, junior equity capital. We have launched the Frontier Opportunities Fund. This is a vehicle we have seeded with $100 million of IFC's income currently. We plan to do that every year. The idea is to absorb first loss risk. It's built to grow through donor and philanthropic contributions. And last, securitization, where we're working with global financial partners to standardize and package our loan portfolios and those of our brothers in the other MDBs, making it easier for large institutional investors to come into the emerging markets. Each of these efforts, the purpose is lower barriers that keep capital on the sidelines. But the real measure of success is not capital. It's whether we make a difference in people's lives. There is no greater difference than helping a person find dignity and find hope. And that only comes with a job. A friend of mine once said, poverty is a state of being and a state of mind. The being you can tackle with the earnings from a job. The mind is the dignity that a job gives you every day. By 2050, more than 80% of the world's population will live in countries we now call developing. In just the next decade, 1.2 billion young people will reach working age in these countries, and they will be competing for only 400 million jobs that are likely to be created. That's a gap of 800 million. This generation has the collective power to shape the course of humanity for the next century. The question is, does that power ignite or does it impede? And that will depend on the choices we make at events like this. We have the opportunity. Do we have the will to create the conditions for job and unlock a generation's potential? That's the dedication that you'll find us at the World Bank moving towards. Thank you very much, sir.
I thank the President of the World Bank Group for his statement. I now invite Ms. Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, Director General of the World Trade Organization, to address the conference.
Your Majesty, the King of Spain, President Pedro Sanchez, Secretary General Guterres, President of the General Assembly and President of ECOSOC, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting the World Trade Organization to address this conference. I don't think that a conference has ever gathered in such difficult times. Difficult for the world, for our shared development aspirations, and for the means to finance the attainment of these aspirations. After decades of positive contributions, which I must remind you, increased incomes in rich countries and lifted 1.5 billion people out of poverty in the developing world, the global trading system has now been severely disrupted. Developing countries that had been hoping to increase export revenues to help prevent deterioration in their balance of payments must now contend with disruptions so considerable that they are feeding into financial instability. Amid unilateral tariff measures and record levels of policy uncertainty, at the WTO, we have sharply downgraded our forecasts for the year. Instead of growing by 2.7%, almost 3% in 2025, we currently estimate that global merchandise trade volumes will basically be flat, growing at only 0.1%. The introduction or reintroduction of further tariff barriers on July 9th would make the contraction worse. This is why we have argued that least developed countries as a group and Africa as a region should be exempted from these reciprocal tariffs, so we can better integrate them into the world trading system, not further exclude them, so that they can stand a better chance to earn the resources with which to deliver on the sustainable development goals. So where do we go from here? The outcome document, Compromiso de Sevilla, rightly recognizes international trade as an engine for development. It is through trade that you can help earn your own domestic resources to finance your development. We therefore need to bolster stability and predictability in global trade. This involves action at multiple levels. First, we need to shore up the 74% of global goods trade that continues to cross borders on the basis of the WTO's most favored nation tariffs. And we need to ensure more countries can seize exciting opportunities to earn more resources to finance themselves through services, digital, green, and blue trade. Second, we believe that cooperative solutions to existing trade problems, not unilateral approaches, are the best way to go. But at the same time, we need to ask ourselves, how did we get here? And we need to respond to legitimate criticisms by the United States, the European Union, developing countries, and others that have been raised by trying to listen to these criticisms and reform and reposition the World Trade Organization. We must not waste this crisis if the WTO is to continue to offer a good value proposition for its members. Ministers must step up at the upcoming 14th Ministerial Conference in Cameroon and embrace and push forward the necessary reforms. We need to complement these multilateral reforms by also stepping up ongoing economic integration at the regional level in Europe, in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Most regional agreements are built on the WTO platform and complement the WTO, deepening them with strengthened international trade architecture and foster greater certainty in trade. Third, to unlock trade, we need to unlock and leverage investment and trade finance. As the outcome document recognizes, attracting domestic and foreign investment to countries and communities on the margins of the global economy is vital to make growth inclusive. At the WTO, we are poised to contribute positively to this agenda with our new plurilateral instrument for investment facilitation for development, which will complement all the things that Ajay said they're doing at the World Bank. Fourth, we need to reduce trade finance gaps in developing countries. This would help accelerate trade and improve countries' fiscal positions. Our studies with the International Finance Corporation show that only 10 to 25% of goods trade is financed in many developing countries. Doubling this coverage would boost trade flows by an estimated 8% per year on average and allow countries to earn more of their own domestic resources. Fifth and finally, at this World Financing for Development Conference, with so many leaders present, I must reiterate what Ajay Banga said. I want to emphasize once again that we have large amounts of financing locked up in harmful subsidies, which we should seek to repurpose. He mentioned 1.2 trillion. Actually, if you add some of the ones on agriculture and water and fisheries, harmful fisheries subsidies, we have almost $2 trillion locked up in subsidies that are doing more harm than good. Recognizing the political difficulties involved in phasing out subsidies, I know this is not easy. I would just point out that if we can repurpose 1/3 to 1/2 of this, we would have much of the resources we need to address the problems that we are talking about tackling for the Sustainable Development Goals. At the WTO, we have done our part. We have delivered on SDG 14.6 on phasing out $22 billion in harmful fisheries subsidies that lead to illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing of our oceans. 102 countries have ratified this agreement so far. We need only 9 more for it to come into effect. So if your country has not ratified, please do so immediately so we can fully deliver on this SDG. In conclusion, Excellencies, yes, we're in difficult times and we face tough constraints, but we still have room to act at home and with each other to put sustainable development and financing back on track. A reformed multilateral trading system is certainly poised and willing to do its part. Thank you.
I thank the Director General of the World Trade Organization for her statement. I now invite Mr. Nigel Clark, Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, to address the conference.
Your Majesties, the King and Queen of Spain, President of the Conference, Prime Minister Sanchez, United Nations Secretary General Guterres, President of the General Assembly, President of ECOSOC, Excellencies and authorities, good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of the International Monetary Fund. It's a great honor to join you at this, the 4th Financing for Development Conference. This conference comes at a particularly challenging time. Once again, the resilience of the world economy is being tested. Uncertainty is escalating as major policy shifts reshape countries' priorities, and despite progress that has been made on trade talks and the scaling back of some tariffs, trade policy uncertainty indicators are off the charts. This has major implications for developing countries for whom risks have grown. Risks to short-term and long-term growth, of country-led efforts for sustainable growth and development. By building strong public financial management systems, they can redirect spending to sectors like health and education and well-targeted social safety nets and growth-enhancing public investments. Second priority, at the international level, ensure that support is coordinated and tailored. Development partners must help with policy advice, capacity building, and financial support. And to be effective, assistance should be tailored to countries' individual circumstances and challenges. Indeed, while developing economies have many characteristics in common, there are key differences in their economic conditions. The needs of the poorest sufficiently deep debt debt restructuring playbook is an important resource for countries considering a restructuring. But Excellencies, there is still much more work to do. The IMF is doing its part in supporting developing countries. Through our tailored policy advice, we help our members make their economies more vibrant and more resilient. And we will continue to strengthen our analysis and guidance on monetary, fiscal, exchange rate, and financial sector policies. Through our capacity development, we'll continue to help equip our members with tools and expertise to chart their own path, working in close collaboration with development partners. Through our lending instruments, we provide financial support to our members when they need it most. Last fall, we reformed our concessional lending framework to double its lending capacity while restoring its self-sustainability. And we will continue to explore ways to strengthen our precaution strong reform agendas, but where high debt service crowds out productive spending. Simply put, the IMF will continue to help our members achieve economic and financial stability, both of which are prerequisites for reaching their development objectives. Excellencies, as we work together this week, the IMF will remain a trusted partner and champion of the international development agenda. Together, we can help bring our members towards a brighter future. Thank you and good morning.
I thank the Deputy Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund for his statement. I now invite Mr. Li Zhonghua, Secretary General of the Conference, to make a statement.
Your Majesty, the King and the Queen of Spain, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues. As the Secretary General of the Conference, it is a profound honor to welcome you all to the 4th International Conference on Financing for Development. A profound gratitude goes to our host, the government of Spain, for its firm support and warm hospitalities. This week marks a key moment in our effort to ensure every country, not just a privileged few, can mobilize resources necessary to build a just, inclusive, and sustainable future. The global financing for development process has evolved over the past 2 decades. From the Montreal Consensus to Doha Declaration, under the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, our journey has been anchored in multilateralism and solidarity. Each step was shaped by the realities of this time. Today, however, that framework is under profound stress. Global financing needs for developing countries to achieve the SDGs now exceed $4.2 trillion annually. Yet official development assistance remained stagnant or declining. At the same time, external debt servicing now consumes over 20% of the public revenues in many lower-income countries. Climate finance commitment remained unfulfilled. In this fracture of the global landscape, marked by the ongoing wars, economic fragmentation, heightened trade tensions, and declining trust in global institutions, our foundational commitments are being tested like never before. Excellencies, FFD4 offers us a once-in-a-decade opportunity to shift the tide. The Sevilla commitment is more than an outcome document. It is a new framework and a renewed global promise to mobilize finance at scale, to reform the international financial architecture, and to put the people's need at the center of the development. This conference is the product of the sustained and inclusive efforts. The United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA, has been honored to work alongside member states, UN system, and the stakeholders at every step of this journey. Through the months of negotiations, member states forged an impactful and action-oriented Sevilla commitment. As one minister put it during the negotiation, this is not about charity. This is about justice. Physical justice, climate justice, and generational justice. Through the genuine dialogue and exchange, we have strengthened the trust, broadened the consensus, and revived the spirit of the multilateralism. Excellencies, Sevilla is not an endpoint. It is a launchpad for a new era of the implementation, accountability, and solidarity. UNDESA is ready to support the member states in translating the Sevilla commitment into tangible actions by tracking progress and ensuring transparency, by building national and institutional capacity, and by fostering continuous dialogue among all partners. We believe that this is not just about raising capital. It is about rebuilding trust, expanding opportunity, and empowering every country to shape its own sustainable future. Let us rise to this moment with unity, ambition, and shared determination to finance a better world for all. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General of the Conference for his statement. Your Majesties, distinguished heads of state and government, your ministers, your excellencies, we have heard the last speaker for the opening segment of the conference. The conference has thus concluded its consideration of agenda item 1 and will have a very brief pause at this point. Thank you.
Excelencias.
Your Excellencies, Your Excellencies, we shall resume our work.
La conferencia
The conference will now address agenda item 3 of the provisional agenda, entitled Adoption of the Rules. And the conference has before it a note from the Secretariat, A 2025/2, which contains the provisional rules of procedure for the conference, recommended by the preparatory committee. Can I take it that the conference agrees to move ahead with approving the provisional rules of procedure? If there are no objections, it is so decided.
La conferencia ha concluido así.
The conference has thus concluded its consideration of agenda item 3, and we move on to agenda item 4. The conference will take on agenda item 4, I would like to draw delegations' attention to document A Conf 227/2025/1, which contains the provisional program for the conference. Can I take it that the conference wishes to approve the program that is set out in this document? If there are no objections, it is so agreed. The conference has thus concluded its consideration of agenda item 4. In accordance with its proposed organization of work, I now invite the conference to consider item 5 of the agenda, entitled Elections of Officers Other than the President. In accordance with Rule 6 of the Rules of Procedure, the conference shall elect an ex officio vice president from the host country, in this case Spain. May I take it that the conference wishes to elect Spain as ex officio vice president? If there are no objections, it is so decided. In accordance with Rule 6 of the Rules of Procedure, the conference shall also elect from among representatives of participating states 24 vice presidents, one of whom shall be designated as Rapporteur General. With regard to the election of vice presidents, I have been informed that the following nominations have been received. From among the African states, Cameroon, Guinea, Mauritius, Morocco, and South Africa. From among the Asia-Pacific states, Islamic Republic of Iran, Philippines, and the State of Palestine. From among the Eastern European states, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Croatia, and Poland. From among the Latin American and Caribbean states, El Salvador, Mexico, and Suriname. And from among the Western European and other states, Austria, Germany, and Portugal. May I take it that the conference wishes to elect Armenia, Austria, Azerbaijan, Cameroon, Croatia, El Salvador, Germany, Guinea, Islamic Republic of Iran, Mauritius, Mexico, Morocco, Philippines, Poland, Portugal, South Africa, State of Palestine, and Suriname as vice presidents by acclamation? I hear no objection. It is so decided. On behalf of the conference, I congratulate the vice presidents on their election. The election of the remaining vice presidents will take place as soon as the candidatures have been communicated. I now invite the conference to proceed with the designation of the Rapporteur General of the conference. Based on the nominations received, I propose to designate Her Excellency Matu Joyini, Permanent Representative of South Africa to the United Nations in New York, as Rapporteur General of the conference. May I take it that the conference wishes to proceed accordingly? I hear no objection. It is so decided. On behalf of the conference, I congratulate Her Excellency Matu Joyini, Permanent Representative of South Africa to the United Nations in New York, on her designation as Rapporteur General of the conference. The meeting has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of agenda item 5, and we move to item 6. Which is entitled Organization of Work and Other Organizational Matters. I would like to draw the attention of delegations to the document entitled Proposed Organization of Work, as recommended to the conference by the Preparatory Committee and contained in document A/Conf 227/2020 2025/3. As reflected in that document, the conference will consist of 8 plenary meetings and 6 multi-stakeholder round tables to be held in parallel to the plenary meetings. The 6 multi-stakeholder roundtables will be chaired by 2 co-chairs and will be organized in accordance with the program of work of the conference and the modalities for the multi-stakeholder roundtables approved by the preparatory committee. I wish to inform the conference that I have appointed the following co-chairs of the multi-stakeholder roundtables. For multi-stakeholder roundtable 1, His Excellency Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia, and His Excellency Mohamed Jallo, Vice President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. For multi-stakeholder roundtable 2, His Excellency Mohamed Aurangzeb, Federal Minister for Christopher McLennan, Deputy Minister of International Development and Global Affairs of Canada. For multi-stakeholder roundtable 3, His Excellency K.P. Sharma Oli, Prime Minister of Nepal, and Her Excellency Ana Isabel Xavier, Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs and Cooperation and Vice Minister of State and Foreign Affairs of Portugal. For multi-stakeholder roundtable 4, Her Excellency Nadia Fattah, Minister of Economy and Finance of Morocco, and Her Excellency Ms. Melita Gabric, Deputy Minister for Foreign and European Affairs and Minister for Development of Slovenia. For multi-stakeholder roundtable 5, I have the honor of being one of the co-chairs, together with His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal, and for multi-stakeholder roundtable 6, His Excellency Carlos Cuerpo Caballero, Minister of Economy, Commerce and Business of Spain, and His Excellency Sidi Keita, Minister of Finance and Economic Affairs of the Gambia. Before proceeding to approve the organization of work of the conference, as set out in document A Conf 227/2025-3, as outlined in a letter dated the 25th of June 2025, addressed to all member states by the permanent representative of Spain to the United Nations in New York, I propose orally to revise the organization of work to proceed with the adoption of the Seville commitment by beginning the consideration of agenda item 10, adoption of the outcome document of the conference this morning, just before agenda item 8, which is the general debate. As outlined in the same letter, I also propose that any statements in explanation of vote that states may wish to deliver in connection as originally scheduled in the afternoon of Thursday, the 3rd of July. With that rather lengthy introduction, may I take it that the conference wishes to approve the organization of work as set out in the aforementioned document A Conf 227 2025/3 with the oral revisions that I have proposed. If there are no objections, then it is so decided. The conference has thus concluded this 6, and we move on to agenda item 7, which is entitled Credentials of Representatives Participating in the Conference, Appointment of the Members of the Credentials Committee. As you know, Rule 4 of the Rules of Procedure provides that there shall be a Credentials Committee of 9 members appointed at the beginning of the conference, and that its composition shall be based on that of the Credentials Committee of the General Assembly of the United Nations at its 79th Committee of the 79th session of the General Assembly. Antigua and Barbuda, Cabo Verde, China, Dominica, the Lao People's Democratic Republic, Liberia, Monaco, the Russian Federation, and the United States of America. I have been informed by the Secretariat that Dominica and the United States of America have indicated that they will not be able to participate in the conference, and accordingly, they're not available to serve on the Credentials Committee. Therefore, in accordance with the past practice of the United Nations conferences, Canada, from Western European and other states, and Trinidad and Tobago, from Latin American and Caribbean states, have been nominated to replace the United States and Dominica, respectively, as members of the Credentials Committee. May I therefore take it that the conference wishes to appoint Antigua and Barbuda, Cape Verde, Canada, China, the Lao People's Democratic Republic, and Tobago as members of the Credentials Committee of the conference? I hear no objection. It is therefore so decided. Delegates are reminded that, in accordance with the rules of procedure of the conference, credentials issued by the head of state or government or by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, or in the case of the European Union, by the President of the European Commission, should be submitted to the Secretary General of the United Nations if they have not already been submitted. The conference has thus concluded its consideration, Your Excellencies, of sub-item A of agenda item 7. Distinguished heads of state and delegates, the conference will now proceed to consider agenda item 10, which is entitled Adoption of the Outcome Document of the Conference. The conference has before it a draft resolution contained in document A/Conf 227/2025/L.1 entitled Sevilla Commitment, as recommended by the Preparatory Committee at its closing meeting on the 17th of June. I would like at this point to thank all states for their constructive participation in the negotiations on the Seville Commitment. Particular thanks are due to the co-chairs of the Preparatory Committee, His Excellency Zeferin Maniratanga, Permanent Representative of the Republic of Burundi to the United Nations in New York, and His Excellency Rui Vinhas, Permanent Representative of Portugal to the United Nations in New York. I would like to thank them for guiding the work of the preparatory committee. And I'd also like to thank the co-facilitators of the intergovernmental negotiations, Ambassador Alicia Buenrostro Macio, Deputy Permanent Representative of Mexico, Ambassador Merete Fjeld Bratstedt, Permanent Representative of Norway, and Ambassador Chola Milambo, Permanent Representative of Gambia to the United Nations in New York, for leading and successfully concluding the negotiations on the draft outcome document in New York. In addition to bearing witness to this extraordinary success, I would now like to ask if the conference would like to adopt the Seville commitment as is contained in document A Conf 227 2025 L1. If there are no objections, it is so decided. As previously agreed, we will now hear statements in explanation of vote at the closing meeting on the 3rd of July. The conference has thus concluded this stage of its consideration of agenda item 10. So the opening section has finished, and before beginning the general debate, I beg your pardon, distinguished heads of state and government, ministers, excellencies, distinguished participants. The conference shall now, in accordance with the organization of work of the conference, statements in the general debate should not exceed 5 minutes, and we'd like to really ask you to respect that, although some flexibility will be given to statements on behalf of groups. Speakers with longer statements are encouraged to read a shorter version of their text and to submit the full length of their statement for posting in the Journal of the United Nations. And in order to assist speakers in managing their time, a timer will be projected on the screen. Before hearing the first statement in the general debate, I would like to inform the conference that the President of the conference has received a request from the delegation of the European Union to allow the President of the European Council, Antonio Costa, and the President of the European Commission, President van der Leyen, to share the speaking time in one single statement within the applicable time limit. The European Union will be given the floor at the appointed time in accordance with the established list of speakers. And with the concurrence of the conference, we will proceed accordingly. I now have the honor of inviting our first speaker, His Excellency Abdulatif Jamal Rashid, President of the Republic of Iraq.
Mr. President, I am pleased to deliver this State 7 and China. Let me begin by extending our gratitude to His Majesty the King, the government, and the people of Spain for hosting this historic conference, and for the warm hospitality extended to our delegations. It is a privilege to gather here to reaffirm our commitment to multilateralism and global partnership on financing sustainable development. The Group of 77 in China wish to express its sincere appreciation to the co-chairs of the preparatory committee and the co-facilitators for their leadership throughout this complex process. We also appreciate their efforts to ensure that the process remains inclusive and transparent. Mr. President, this conference is being held at a critical juncture with less than 5 years to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The world remains on the track to achieving the ambitious agenda we committed to it in 2015. The financing gap continues to widen, and the challenges confronting the global South have become more urgent, demanded coordinated international action and renewed political will. Against this backdrop, the Groups of 77 and China welcomes the adoption of outcome documents by consensus. We support this document as a balanced, constructive, and forward-looking framework that reflects the collective aspirations to scale up efforts in mobilizing financing for sustainable development, especially in developing countries. The outcome reflects the group's shared commitment to solidarity and cooperation. It must serve as a foundation to address the systematic imbalances in the global and economical financial system, and to ensure that the voices and priorities of developing countries are heard. Mr. President, Group of 77 and China reiterates the centrality of North-South cooperation as the foundation of international development. We emphasize the importance of fulfilling all official development assistance commitments and of providing adequate finance to developing countries in the line with their national priorities. At the same time, we reaffirm the value of South and South cooperation as a complement to North-South cooperation, guided by the principle of mutual respect and non-conditionality. We believe in strengthening domestic resources, mobilizations of sustainable development. We must improve the international tax system, scale up foreign direct investments, lower remittance costs, challenge, provide investment, reform the international financial architecture, ensure fair representations of developing countries in the international financial institutions, and eliminate all unilateral economic, financial, or trade measures against developing countries. We must also expand access to technology, capacity building, and long-term financing. The civil commitment can serve as a good basis for all to deliver the quality and quantity of the funding to accelerate sustainable development. We must continue to focus on those furthest behind and ensure that we live up to our commitment to leave no one or country behind. If one of us fail to achieve the agenda, we all fail. Moving forward, effective implementations of commitments is key. Let us also work to strengthen the role of United Nations in the follow-up and review process in order to guarantee that financing for development agenda is fair and inclusive. Let us use this conference to renew our collective efforts to achieve sustainable development goals by 2030. Because the challenges we face transcend national borders. No single country can achieve the SDGs, unified action, and global cooperations. Promises should turn into action. Together, we can help a global financial architecture that serves the interests of all, not the few. The Group of 77 in China stands ready to engage with all the partners to ensure that financing for development becomes a true engine for sustainable and equitable progress. I would now like to deliver a statement in my national capacity. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, most compassionate, Your Majesty, Your Excellencies, heads of governments, states, and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. I would like to thank His Excellency, Prime Minister of Spain, Mr. Pedro Sanchez, for hosting this conference. I would like to thank Spain for ensuring the success of the conference. I would like also to express my gratitude to His Excellency UN Secretary General Mr. Antonio Guterres for inviting us to take part in this very important conference. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is taking place amidst very complex international and regional conditions, namely in the Middle East. They are also having an impact on the development process and hampering socio-economic plans, namely in developing countries. We are encouraged to support the success of this important conference to achieve its goals, to achieve progress in development and economic reform, and this will have an impact on all the peoples of the world. Achieving these objectives at the international level should also be preceded by achievements at the national level.
من خلال بنوك التنمية المتعددة الأطراف. لقد واجه العراق ونتيجة للسياسات اللي مارستها النظم الديكتاتورية المتعاقبة وعلى مدى أكثر من نصف قرن من الزمان تحديات كبيرة تمثلت بحروب داخلية ودولية وحصار اقتصادي.
We have seen how there were different challenges that were tackled, as well as wars and economic embargoes and random plans which gave rise to lags in our development policy.
ويؤسسوا للشركات الاقتصادية الدولية. شرع العراق بوضع الخطة التنموية القائمة على تنمية متوازنة للقطاعات المختلفة.
We have also established a development plan based on a balanced approach. This is particularly true after what we inherited from the various dictatorships. We are witnessing nowadays development at many different levels, and we need cooperation from the international community in order the living conditions of the people of Iraq. After having liberated Iraq from ISIS, the terrorist organization, our government launched the 5-year development plan for 2024-2028 and linked it to the SDGs. And we have succeeded for the first time in 37 years. We organized a population and housing census last year, and we have also started improving public services and infrastructure and developed many critical plans, as well as working on empowering our population, women and youths. When it comes to climate and environment, it's a very important sector for us, and we have adopted many policies, such as integrating renewable energies as part of our infrastructure and agriculture and combating desertification and drought. We have also many partnerships with international organizations, and we are cooperating with UN agencies in various sectors. Lately, Iraq has been able to preside the G77 in China.
We have also restored our very important role in terms of development. Our government has worked on promoting governance, administrative reform by supporting our statistics organizations based on the principles of transparency and namely in terms of managing of our resources. Ladies and gentlemen, Iraq still has a long journey to engage in order to achieve everything, such as a huge reliance on oil as the main source of national income. That's why our economy is facing vulnerabilities in the face of changing and volatile prices in the international oil market. We also face numerous climate and environmental challenges due to increasing temperatures to record levels, reduced rainfalls, as well as the challenges linked to desertification, dust storms, and the weak irrigation infrastructure. We also face challenges in terms of demographics and social conditions. We are facing a rapid demographic growth that requires the provision of employment, housing, reducing poverty and unemployment among the youth. In order to counter all these challenges, our government has launched many reforms in order to increase our chances to achieve success in achieving SDGs. We have our own agenda for development for 2030, and we included it in our 5-year development plan. Finally, we look forward to the support by the international community, UN, and other relevant organizations in order to achieve our development goals, SDGs. We are a promising economic environment for countries, for companies that wish to invest in Iraq. We wish your conference success for the service of all the peoples of the world.
I thank the President of the Republic of Iraq, and I now have the honor of inviting His Excellency João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, President of the Republic of Angola, to speak on behalf of the Group of African States.
His Excellency Pedro Sánchez, Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Spain, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to be present at this event in my capacity as chairperson of the from the UN member states and the Kingdom of Spain, whom I greet on the occasion of this fourth international conference on financing for development, which I consider to be a crucial opportunity for us to discuss ways to truly assist the developing countries in overcoming the limitations and constraints they face in order to foster progress and development. When the decision was made to convene this conference, have made us foresee that the world would experience such a turbulent time marked by uncertainties and threats that may undermine our expectations regarding development, to which we are all committed, as it is a crucial matter for the present and future of humanity. In the face of this most troubling scenario, the issue of peace and global security once again plays a central role in our discussions, without which we will not be able to make any progress towards our fundamental objectives as enshrined in the United Nations 2030 Agenda and the African Union 2063 Agenda. This evidence should lead us to acknowledge that only on the basis of reconciliation of interest and dialogue will we be able to build a broad understanding on global scale, which in our view is an imperative of our time, so that we do not move towards a catastrophe in which we would all stand to lose. After the end of the Cold War, when the world ought to have directed all its attention to economic and social development of our nations, we find ourselves once again witnessing the arms race, an unfortunate legacy of the previous century, which diverts substantial financial and scientific resources that should be dedicated to the service of education, teaching, youth training, scientific knowledge of development and well-being of peoples throughout the world. This is our perspective as African leaders who are deeply concerned about the direction that the world is taking, which demands from all of us a portion of responsibility in addressing and seeking solutions to this alarming crisis that our planet is currently facing. Excellencies, we are gathered here to discuss development and the factors that contribute to the achievement of this goal. In this regard, this fourth conference represents an opportunity to give a decisive impetus to initiatives that will enable us to find more agile and effective mechanism for mobilizing financial resources that allow us to confront the recurring challenges faced by developing countries, such as climate shocks, fluctuation in commodity prices, erosion of confidence in the multilateral system, and above all, the unsustainable burden of sovereign debt, which consumes more resources than those allocated to health and education combined, and drastically limits our capacity to finance our own development. This situation constitutes a clear obstacle to the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals of the 2030 Agenda and the fulfillment of 2063 Agenda, which express our shared commitment to building a fairer, more inclusive, and more resilient world. It is important to underscore that there will be no development on the African continent without solid and functional infrastructure, for we must acknowledge that the limited capacity for power production and transportation, the weak roads and highway network connecting our countries, the low investment in telecommunications and information technologies, and other challenges of equivalent magnitude that we face collectively represent factors that stifle economic growth and development as they gravely constrain trade and industry, the movement of people and goods, agriculture, and job creation. It is in recognition of these realities that I've mentioned previously, the African Union at its summit in February this year decided to convene a major conference under the theme Infrastructure as a Factor of Development in Africa, to be held in Angola in October this year. The purpose of the conference is to present to our international partners the mapping already undertaken of our needs in the area of public or public-private investment in infrastructure, with the aim of attracting them and mobilizing resources for the realization of this great ambition, which will yield considerable benefits and advantages for all parties involved in its implementation. Major investment in infrastructure in Africa require more appropriate financing model tailored to the economic conditions of African countries, which will entail restructuring of the current financial architecture so that it consistently takes into account Africa's priorities, which are often overlooked. In view of the foregoing facts, it is both fundamental and urgent, if we are to do justice to the concerns regarding the support for development of Africa, which are repeatedly raised in the various forums addressing this subject, that we should engage in profound reflection on the reforms required in the international financial system, wherein those mostly in need must have an active role and be included in the decision-making processes. Only with these conditions assured will it be possible to realize the goals set forth in the above-mentioned development agendas, thereby preventing the Sustainable Development Goals from becoming a merely declaration of good intentions. Excellencies, to all that has been mentioned, we must add the issue of Africa's debt, which has a considerable negative impact on the implementation of our own programs, as it acts as a brake on development due to the resulting scarcity of financial resources and limits our capacity to invest in key sectors of our economies, with very adverse consequences for the social situation of the African countries. In view of this issue, we consider the Lomé Declaration on Africa debt adopted in May 2025 by the heads of state and government of the continent to be particularly very timely, as it represents an important milestone in the construction of an African common position. Within this framework, concrete proposals have been made in order to address the debt crisis, including, amongst others, the creation of fairer and more transparent multilateral restructuring mechanism, automatic clauses for suspension of debt service in the event of external shocks, and the encouragement of the use of local currency so as to reduce exposure to exchange rate risks. Excellencies, the African Union 2063 agenda aspires to transform Africa into an industrialized, integrated, and economically sovereign continent, goals that are entirely attainable provided that all conditions that I've previously mentioned here are changed, as these indeed constitute the major bottlenecks to be overcome in order for us to achieve the goals that we've set for ourselves. Apart from the facts that I've mentioned, Africa possesses abundant natural resources to make the leap that is within its reach, thus contribute to the strengthening of the global economy and resolution of various crises that the world is facing. It is in this context that the Republic of Angola is resolutely committed to mobilizing internal resources, strengthening fiscal governance, and fights against capital flight, attaining great importance to the United Nations Convention on International Taxation, whose negotiations have made encouraging progress that might continue, as this represents a historic opportunity to correct the imbalances of the global tax system and ensure equitable representation of developing countries in international tax decision-making processes. In parallel, I consider appropriate to state that Africa continues to be one of the most vulnerable regions, yet paradoxically, one of the least responsible for greenhouse emissions. This reality should prompt the international community to accord the continent the attention it rightfully deserves by significantly increasing climate financing for adaptation and mitigation processes, supporting a just energy transition, and providing incentives for that conversion into concrete environmental actions, as we believe that climate resilience must go hand in hand with debt relief and the construction of sustainable economic models. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the conference, which is taking place in this beautiful city of Sevilla, constitutes a crucial moment for reflection on issues relating to sustainable development, to global sustainable development, and for making decisions that may drive the implementation of the actions set forth in the year of establishing a new financing model founded on economic justice and inclusion, renders this conference a significant milestone in the transformation of perspectives upon which Africa may henceforth be provided with resources and necessary conditions to accelerate its transformation. I am confident that this conference will adopt decisions and make recommendations that will enable African countries to have a more streamlined access to sustainable investments and to financial transactions that would reduce the cost of indebtedness and contribute thus to strengthening their influence in the global financial governance. Thank you very much for your attention.
I thank the President of Angola, and I now have the honor of inviting His Excellency Antonio Costa, President of the European Council, and Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, to speak on behalf of the European Union and its member states.
Señor Presidente,
President of the Government of Spain, dear Pedro, Secretary General, dear Antonio, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, we will only achieve a world at peace if we bring about sustainable development. 10 years ago, the world adopted a commitment for its own future, the Sustainable Development Goals. 10 years on, we are still far from achieving those goals, largely because financing for development continues to be clearly insufficient. Today, from this podium, Ursula von der Leyen and I wish to send a loud and clear message. The EU will continue the struggle. Together, we provide 42% of global official development billion euros in 2023. It is believed that more than 300 billion euros in debt have been restructured thanks to the countries of the European Union that are part of the Paris Club. Our commitment stands firm. First of all, we are committed to reforming the international financial architecture, which has to be more inclusive and more effective and more representative. Secondly, we are committed to mobilizing new sources of financing as a matter of priority. And thirdly, we are supporting the common framework of the G20. We have worked together in order to bring about the commitment which shows us the path to follow over the next few years, a path towards development which will not depend solely on the quantity, but also the quality of aid mechanisms, one that will channel resources, both domestic and others, through greater tax collection. And it is a path that will involve the private sector more, and which will pave the way towards optimizing the mechanisms for facing the debt challenge, a roadmap which aims ultimately to achieve a fairer international financial architecture that is more inclusive and better suited to the global challenges we face. Multilateralism is not going through the best of times. That is true. But it is still alive, and today that is proof of it. And while we continue working together, it will remain alive. It is only together that we will be able to tackle climate change and poverty, inequalities, and build a lasting peace. The European Union will remain firmly committed by your side for our common future and our planet. All together, we will be stronger. Thank you.
Mr. President of the conference, Secretary General Guterres, what is that? Can this lectern please go down again? So, sir, thank you, that is good. Patient with me. Fantastic. Secretary General Guterres.
Empleos.
Rises provide 8 out of 10 jobs, yet their access to credit is almost non-existent, and when they do secure access to credit, they have to pay unfair high rates. This neoliberal model, which we inherited, has left us with a 17% ratio of tax to GDP, which is far below the Latin American average and less than half the level that is recommended by the OECD. Inequality runs deep. 10 families with 25 economic groups have taken over 85% of our GDP, and they pay merely 0.003% in taxes, whereas the poorest pay up to 50%. They also control more than 40% of bank loans, and they get preferential rates. Meanwhile, small companies can barely access 0.04% of credit, and they do so at very high interest rates. Over the last 3.5 years since I took up office, we have started to dismantle this perverse system. We are eliminating the corrupt private banking systems, and we have released vast swathes of our territory from established prior to the coup d'etat. Two years ago, I submitted a bill to Congress on tax justice to try and establish the principle of global income and to try and force the most powerful among us to pay their taxes. But the members of parliament from the traditional parties who serve the financial oligarchy refused categorically to approve the bill. And despite all this, we have achieved something. We have managed to reactivate the agricultural bank, which had been inactive for producers. Almost 1 million peasants now receive fertilizers and improved seeds. And more than 66,000 families have access to loans at low interest rates for housing and for their production. Today, with transparency and political will, we have achieved the highest levels of social investment and investment in infrastructure and energy and the environment and security in the history of our country. In this international forum, I must, however, mention another problem which is asphyxiating our countries, and that is to the United Nations. Almost half of humankind is living in countries that have to spend more on paying interests on their debt than they can invest in investment in healthcare or on climate change. And what is worse is that the debt crisis is concentrated in the poorest countries, whereas the capitalist system is robust and solvent, but it inflicts suffering in people's daily lives. The international financial system maintains our nations in a crisis that prevents us from investing and prevents us from addressing inherited social difficulties. Today, global public debt is in excess of $100 billion, and our budgets are bleeding as we have to pay banks and multilateral lending organizations, leaving very little for our people. So I would like to make an urgent appeal. We need structural transformation of the global financial system. We need to eliminate the tax privileges and the disproportionate control of the powerful, and to build a financing model that is based on justice and dignity. I am convinced that financing for development must have
to reform the international financial governance system. This is geared towards finding the most effective means for the financing of development in a most effective, equitable, and sustainable way. This conference represents an opportunity for us to achieve meaningful progress, a progress which our developing countries and the entire world need now more than ever before, in the light of the magnitude of the challenges obstructing the development process for comprehensive, global, balanced, sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, poverty and the vulnerabilities buffeting our world, specifically developing countries, and the weakness of institutions, lack of access to basic services, heightened violence and terrorism, the proliferation of hotbeds of tension and war, and the deterioration of the environment throughout the planet are all clear signs of a lack of hope when it comes to the achievement of SDGs within the established. In order to achieve the SDGs, there's a need to mobilize tremendous resources. There's a need to provide equitable ease of access to them. For this reason, our country, like many developing countries, has undertaken Herculean efforts as we seek to mobilize national resources by classifying the majority of activities in parallel sectors, by enhancing digitization of the economy, as well as we seeking to promote the private sector and to promote the development of the market while improving fiscal governance. However, resources that developing countries are in a position to mobilize themselves are their growing development needs. And this makes it necessary for them to bridge this gap and to meet these needs. And therefore they need to be able to count on external financing, which unfortunately is in short supply, and access to this is uneven. Most developing countries therefore have undertaken to establish the necessary conditions to attract external and foreign investment. And this includes the establishment of, this includes the enhancement of rule of law, greater transparency, combating corruption, as well as improving the business climate, while at the same time generating numerous promising investment opportunities. And yet the development financing mechanisms within the international financial system as it currently stands are insufficient, and day after day the ability of these countries to effectively address the growing need for resources for balanced, sustainable development. With each passing day, this becomes all the more clear. A global GDP, when it comes to official development assistance, and global GDP falls short of the 0.7% goal, which has been agreed to at the international level. The debt issue continues to worsen, and the issue of access to credit remains uneven, and it is neither equitable nor balanced. It is clear that development cannot be achieved in developing countries unless, if these countries continue to spend more for debt servicing and repayment of debts and for health care and basic services provision. This is a significant, the cost of this is significantly higher for developing countries than developed countries. A multilateral cooperation is a sine qua non here. This cooperation needs to be established in order to renew trust and solidarity among peoples and countries, to find solutions to bridge the development financing gap, while reforming international financing governance. We need to adopt innovative financing mechanisms and to build robust partnerships to tackle the growing difficulties of the global development landscape in order to offset the declining opportunities of traditional financing. All of this is a part of our collective responsibility to a shared future and our crucial need to extricate our planet from this infernal cycle. For this reason, we in the Islamic Republic of Mauritania reiterate our full support for the results of the fourth financing for development conference and our desire to contribute to implementation of the recommendations thereof. Thank you.
I would like to kindly remind all our speakers that the speaking time for statements during the general debate is limited to 5 minutes. And I would like to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Mauritania, and now I have the honor of inviting His Excellency Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia, to address the conference.
Honorable UN Secretary General Gutierrez, President of the conference, esteemed organizers, dear colleagues. In the 10 years following the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, the development landscape landscape has changed a lot. We are facing a growing number of challenges which are reducing the resources available for development financing. Recent shocks, including more frequent catastrophic climate events, trade tensions, and growing debt burden, U-turns in national development policies, Russia's aggression against Ukraine, war unleashed in wider Middle East, and other defrozen conflicts have tightened global financing conditions and hindered, if not reversed, our progress towards the sustainable development goals. Therefore, it is pertinent to ask, what shall we do more, differently, or better to overcome this? Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that sustainable development and its financing require cooperation between governments, international organizations, the private and non-profit sectors, and civil society. The challenges can overcome if everyone makes an effort and work together. We must be realistic and goal-oriented in our reforms, be more inclusive, including breaking development ceilings, for example, in middle-income countries. National ownership of one's own future is crucial. This includes strong domestic policy and reforms that enable development, increasing domestic resource mobilization, improving efficiency of public spending and absorption capacity, strengthening debt management, data transparency, holding corruption, and last but not least, improving democratic and human-centered governance. We can accelerate the development agenda by digitalization and harnessing artificial intelligence, but also by better access to financial services and economic empowerment of women. It is also important to involve private entities and financial institutions, including foreign capital, as their role has increased in channeling resources into sustainable economic activities. Investments in sustainable technologies and companies that adhere to social and economic standards will help us achieve the SDGs. Digitization of state services is one important accelerator of reform and effectiveness of governance. That is where public-private partnership has a potential to provide solutions. Estonia has an e-governance technology and platform and well-known track record of joint work on bilateral level with other nations and with international development institutions to this end. And we are more than willing to continue that endeavor. In addition, it is important to improve understanding of the importance of an awareness of financial and financing sustainable development. Investments are a financial decision, but also a valuable activity that supports the creation of our common sustainable future. To achieve this, it is necessary to create clear rules, but also use existing ones. Where needed, provide new incentives to encourage both local and foreign companies and individuals to contribute. It is also important to strengthen financial instruments such as green bonds and sustainable development funds. These financial instruments allow for the raising of capital and its responsible and efficient channeling. There must also be a clear system of metrics and reporting to help monitor the impact of financing and ensure that resources are indeed used for their intended purposes. To conclude, financing sustainable development If we can invest wisely and responsibly, we can create a better future for our planet, society, and economy. Let me reiterate that Estonia is and will be a reliable and solid donor. Estonia's strength, education, and digital development are domains in which we share our 35 years of reform experience. To bring that forward, Estonia also pledges the upgrade of our COSTAC initiative through a Sevilla platform for action. Let us move forward together, confident that sustainable development is possible and it includes everyone. The outcome document, Compromiso de Sevilla, shall be brought into action. Thank you very much for your attention.
I would like to thank the President of the Republic of Estonia, and I now have the honor to invite Daniel Francisco Chapo, President of the Republic of Mozambique, to address the conference.
Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency, the President-elect of the Fourth International Conference on Financing for Development, Your Excellency, Mr. President of the Government of Spain, Your Excellency, Dennis Francis, President of the 79th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Head of States and Governments here present, esteemed representatives from various organizations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and a deep sense of responsibility that Mozambique stands before you in this global conference here in Sevilla, dedicated on financing for development. We applaud the approval of the Sevilla commitment. This conference offers a strategic opportunity to reflect on effective, innovative, and sustainable solutions for the challenges that the countries in the global south are grappling with. And we reaffirm the value of multilateral cooperation for the realization of the UN Agenda 2030. Mozambique has enjoyed remarkable economic growth over the past 2 decades. However, internal and external recent shocks, such as terrorism in the north of the country, especially in some districts of the province of Cabo Delgado, extreme climatic events like floods, cyclones, due to our geographical location, have caused social hardships that have slowed our economy, reducing employment, especially for the youth, food security, and the state's capacity to finance vital sectors such as healthcare, education, and infrastructure. In spite of this pressing situation, we're strengthening our commitment to structural reforms guided by a clear vision towards economic transformation embodied in our National Development Strategy 2025-2044, consisting of 5 intertwined pillars, namely good governance, strategic infrastructure, industrialization, human capital, and environmental sustainability. This vision is well aligned with the central principle of this conference, which has to do with the urgency for a more inclusive global financial architecture that provides developing countries better access to financing and more equitable opportunities. At the domestic level, we prioritize the expansion of the taxing bases and modernization of the fiscal system, with special focus on digital taxation, review of fiscal benefits, and control of natural resources export. We are also implementing a national strategy for climate financing as to transform Mozambique into a regional green financing by 2035. We commend this conference for placing emphasis on innovative instruments such as the blended finance and underscore the urgent need for strengthening national development banks with as catalytic platforms for investment in industrialization, including small to medium enterprises and the sector of agriculture as the basis for development. Ladies and gentlemen, based on this vision, Mozambique wishes to present a concise set of strategic proposals that are aligned with the expected outcomes of this conference. One, a new results-based global partnership for climate finance focusing on highly vulnerable countries with low emission of carbon and adaptation projects. Creation of national and regional development banks to finance industrialization in rural areas, small to medium enterprises and green economy. Continental platform for digital financial inclusion, focusing on youth and women initiatives to promote access to micro investments through African fintechs. Multilateral mechanisms for debt sustainability management with guidelines on transparency and incentives to investment in strategic sectors. Global compact for human capital development with regional centers of excellence in energy transition, agro-industry, and digital governance. These proposals are not just national solutions, they are a call for concerted global action. We need a new model for cooperation that places climate finance, inclusive industrialization, and strategic capacity building at the center of the global priorities. Mozambique reaffirms its commitment not to leave anyone behind, and calls for a new international financial architecture that embraces the African challenges not as mere limitations, but as opportunities for shared transformation. Thank you for your attention. Let us work. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Mozambique for his statement. I now have the honor to invite His Excellency William Ruto, Head of State and Government of the Republic of Kenya, to address the conference.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I address this fourth Financing for Development Summit at a defining moment for global cooperation. The agreed outcome document signals a renewed, if not hard-won, commitment to multilateralism and equitable development. I welcome its emphasis on national ownership and sovereignty. For those of us from Africa, Africa's development is first, our foremost responsibility. We approach it with purpose and determination. Yet, strong global partnerships remain essential to our collective success. Calls for greater flexibility in ODA are steps in the right direction. I am encouraged by the recognition of trade and industrialization as drivers of structural transformation. No country has achieved lasting prosperity without manufacturing and export diversification. Africa is ready, poised, and prepared to become the next frontier of global production and innovation. I also welcome the focus on debt, liquidity, and the cost of capital. There is now consensus on the need for a development-oriented sovereign debt architecture, where public debt is an instrument for development, not a trap for distress. Additionally, effective debt management and crisis prevention, including debt transparency and responsible borrowing and lending, are key, while lowering borrowing costs and expanding fiscal space is essential for sustainable development. It is imperative to have debt sustainability and credit assessments that are accurate, objective, and long-term oriented. The independent expert review on debt, nature, and climate, Kenya co-led with Colombia, France, and Germany, exemplifies meaningful partnership for inclusive and sustainable growth. The outcome document also supports the global financing safety net, emphasizing governance reform at the IMF and mechanisms to facilitate easier access to precautionary instruments, lower lending rates, and better use of SDRs. The inclusion of SDRs rechanneling, support for capital adequacy framework, and efforts to incorporate multidimensional vulnerability into financial access signals real progress. What was once radical is now becoming mainstream. We finally have a consensus, ladies and gentlemen, on reforming the international financial architecture. This outcome document now calls for strengthening global economic governance by enhancing the voice and representation of developing countries in international financial institutions. Let us be clear, without affordable capital and open markets, progress will stall. High debt premiums cannot be fixed by technical adjustments alone. Credit rating agencies also need to change their understanding of African economies. The Africa Credit Rating Agency is a crucial step in gaining a better understanding of Africa. Africa's role is critical to the global climate agenda, but we cannot deliver if our goods, services, and carbon credits are excluded from the global markets or if entire value chains are blocked. We must design trade rules and pricing systems that reward green production and accelerate decarbonization. Africa must be part of that solution, transforming green premiums into green discounts. While I respect the document structure from domestic to global resources, let us not confuse form with priority. Public international finance remains indispensable. Africa is not asking for favors. We are asking for fairness, partnership, and investment. I urge the United States of America to reconsider its position and call on other member states with reservations on parts of this consensus to fully support the outcome document. The world's and Africa's futures are inseparable. Together, let us walk this path with honesty, urgency, and resolve. Kenya certainly will. And I thank you.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the head of state and government of Kenya, and it is my honor now to invite His Excellency Jose Maria Pereira Neves, President of the Republic of Cabo Verde, to address the conference.
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général, Mesdames et Messieurs les...
Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, I welcome the adoption of the Sevilla Commitment the Sevilla commitment, which can become an operational tool for transformation, provided that this is supported and underpinned by robust, measurable, and appropriately financed commitments. We are living in an era of historic need. The annual deficit of $4 billion in the financing of the Sustainable Development Goals is not merely a figure. This is a global alarm. This reflects the structural asymmetries within the international financial architecture, which continue to penalize developing countries, in particular, small island developing states. Cabo Verde is well aware of these limitations. We have reformed our public finances. We have broadened the tax base in an equitable way. We have digitized the processes, and we have aligned our budgetary policies with the SDGs. And yet, no degree of internal rigor can compensate for the systematic constraints of a system that remains inaccessible, to many, inequitable, and unadapted to meeting our present-day realities. The small island developing countries are facing a three-pronged structural challenge: heightened debt, which reduces the fiscal space; a fragile economic base that is vulnerable to external shocks; and institutional constraints, which constrain the efficiency of public and governmental expenditures. With less than 0.003% of global emissions, Cabo Verde is buffeted by the disproportionate consequences of climate change, with resources at our disposal that fall short of what is necessary to tackle this challenge and rebuild. We stress the urgent need for additional predictable and adaptation-targeted climate financing, particularly in the areas of renewable energies, coastal protection, water management, and sustainability of the oceans. We support the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for small island developing countries. The commitments need to be accompanied by effective and efficient and accessible tools: green and blue funds, sustainable debt investment exchanges, and greater technical assistance for the most vulnerable states. We applaud the adoption of the Multidimensional Vulnerability Index for the United Nations, and we call for the full and comprehensive adaptation thereof by international financial institutions. We advocate more equitable representation of small and developing states within the global economic and financial decision-making bodies. The meaningful presence of our countries in executive boards and technical bodies of multilateral institutions is crucial to building a genuinely inclusive and development-focused architecture. Moreover, there's an urgent need to scale up internal resource mobilization with modern, progressive, and digitized fiscal systems, while at the same time supporting the private sector, small and medium-sized enterprises, and youth entrepreneurship. The FFD4 should not be another promise postponed. This needs to be the start of a new cycle of consistency, of shared responsibility, and of global solidarity. Cabo Verde stands ready to shoulder this commitment with a strong voice and a constructive contribution, because without fiscal justice, there is no global equity. Without equitable financing, there is no real transformation. And without inclusion, development will forever remain incomplete. Thank you.
Doy las gracias al presidente.
I thank the President of Cabo Verde. It is my honor now to invite Her Excellency Gordana Siljanovska-Davkova, President of the Republic of North Macedonia, to address the conference.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our Spanish hosts for organizing this 4th International Conference on Financing for Development in Seville. 80 years ago, the United Nations arose from the ruins of the World War II to prevent future wars, end colonialism, uphold human rights, advance justice and international law, and unite nations behind global efforts like the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goals. 80 years on, many of these achievements are unfortunately being undermined by geopolitical rivalry, economic fragmentation, and systemic risks. The multilateral efforts to implement the SDGs and address the pressing global challenges of poverty, inequality, climate change, and injustice are often being considered a Don Quixotic mission. Just as Don Quixote faces misunderstanding and resistance, the Sustainable Development Movement encounters geopolitical and geoeconomic challenges. Despite these setbacks, we believe that a better world is possible, even if the path is difficult. To revitalize the UN and strengthen the multilateral system, we adopted the Pact for the Future as a new global Rousseauian social contract. At the core of every social contract lies a fundamental truth that all parties share a responsibility not just to uphold their rights, but also their duty to care for the system. A social contract is not a passive agreement, but a living commitment. Financing for development must unite strategy, capital, and multilateral support in coherent ecosystem. As a small European country, we are committed to integrating the Sustainable Development Goals into our strategic documents. Nearly 2/3 of the SDGs are linked to European Union reforms. The latest UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework aligns with our National Development Strategy 2024-2044. To bridge the gap between ambition and reality, we need access to fair finance and cooperative partnerships. On our journey toward a better future, trusted partners like UN agencies and the development agencies of countries like Austria, Germany, Japan, Slovakia, Sweden, Switzerland, Turkey, UK, and others work with us. They bring experience, resources, and support to strengthen our communities by helping ensure that every project truly reaches the people. At the same time, investment banks are helping us turn ideas into tangible progress. Through the Green Finance Facility, the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development promotes just energy transition and supports us address air pollution and climate change. The World Bank focuses on poverty reduction, healthcare, and education. The European Investment Bank invests in sustainable infrastructure and climate initiatives, contributing to innovation and climate action goals. The Western Balkans Investment Facility coordinates investments from the EU, financial institutions, donors, and beneficiaries. Together, these partners help align Macedonian development with global sustainability targets, boosting resilience, economic growth, and environmental protection. There is another reason why these partnerships are so important. When money rules, we tend to remember the price of things and forget the value of things, and that is dangerous. Investment banks, development institutions, and international donors remind our national institutions of the value behind every loan and donation. Ladies and gentlemen, it might seem that we are fighting the windmills of our times, but despite the obstacles, we must continue on our quest for a better, more sustainable world. Being a responsible party of the global social contract, we support the Sevilla Commitment on Financing for Development. As the second Secretary General of the United Nations, Dag Hammarskjöld once said, "The pursuit of peace and progress cannot end in a few years, in either victory or defeat. The pursuit of peace and progress, with its trials and its errors, its successes and its setbacks, can never be relaxed and never abandoned." Thank you.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the President of the Republic of North Macedonia, and I have the honor of inviting His Excellency Andrzej Duda, President of the Republic of Poland, to address the conference.
Esteemed Mr. President, distinguished representatives of states and international organizations, distinguished delegates, excellencies. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Republic of Poland at this important conference, which aims to shape the global agenda for financing sustainable development. I would also like to thank Spain for undertaking the difficult task and for its hospitality. Seville, a city with a rich history and multicultural heritage, is the right place to seek solutions to the challenges of the modern world. I believe that we are facing a historic opportunity to jointly set the direction for global efforts towards sustainable development, social justice, and the fight against poverty. Ladies and gentlemen, the world is at a turning point. Climate change is affecting the poorest communities, who are often the least responsible for its causes. Economic inequalities are deepening, and access to education, healthcare, and innovation remains a privilege of the wealthiest. All these challenges hamper our joint efforts for development. At the same time, ongoing armed conflicts that permanently destabilize many regions of the world make it imperative that we act together today. In this context, development financing is becoming one of the most important tools that can help build resilient and fair societies with a chance of achieving sustainable development under the 2030 Agenda. This should remind us of our shared responsibility for the planet and its inhabitants. Distinguished delegates, Poland is consistently increasing its commitment to development cooperation. This is reflected in a significant increase in our financial contributions to numerous projects in Africa, Asia, and Eastern Europe. Our activities focus on areas that are key to sustainable development: education, healthcare, infrastructure development, and preventing climate change. At the same time, we pay attention to issues such as building resilience, reducing inequalities, and ensuring global food security. We believe that effective development cooperation requires the efforts of all parties involved, which is why our projects are based on the principles of partnership, respect for local needs, and long-term perspective. Poland consistently emphasizes that achieving sustainable development as well as lasting peace and security requires effective international cooperation based on established principles of international law and the idea of solidarity. This is why the slogan "Solidarity for Development" is the guiding principle of Poland's multi-annual development cooperation program for 2021-2030 and the motto of its current membership in the United Nations Economic and Social Council. We believe that real development is only possible when it's based on mutual trust and cooperation. Excellencies, Poland believes that the foundation of the effective development financing is the building of strong and transparent public institutions that will guarantee the creation of an appropriate legal framework and a favorable business environment. Only such institutions will guarantee the effective mobilization of national public funds and their rational use. They will also contribute to the fight against illegal financial flows, corruption, money laundering, and the elimination of tax havens. On the other hand, we also need mechanisms that will attract private capital for development purposes. The aforementioned creation of an appropriate business environment by strong and transparent public institutions is one of the solutions that will attract private funds to finance investments and development needs. In addition, Poland supports the creation of conditions for the development of public-private partnerships and promotes the use of financial instruments such as credit guarantees and mixed funds, which increase the scale and scope of aid activities. In our development efforts, we must remember the strong interdependence between different socio-economic areas and the key role of the implementation and respect of human rights in ensuring the stability of societies, lasting peace, and a good standard of living for citizens. The international community, for its part, should reach out and ensure the stability and predictability of development financing, including technical assistance to developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, Let this conference in Seville be a turning point at which we make a bold commitment to financing sustainable development. Poland will continue its current efforts in development cooperation and will share its experience with every interested partner. I believe that together we can build a world where no one is left behind. Thank you for your attention.
I would like to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Poland, and I have the honor of inviting His Excellency Umaro Sissoco Embalo, President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, to address the conference.
Señor Presidente de Gobierno de España.
Mr. President, Mr. President, the government of Prime Minister of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, esteemed head of state and government, representative of international financial institutions, and other participants. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, I would like to thank the Spanish authorities, and in particular Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez, for the warm welcome we have received. I would like also to take this opportunity to congratulate them on the excellent arrangement made to host and ensure the full success of this important event. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is the fourth International Conference on Financing for Development. Unfortunately, the objectives and commitments made in Monterrey, Doha, and Addis Ababa have not yet been fully realized. Time has come for us to reassess our approach and to create more realistic, effective, tailored financing mechanisms that meet the needs of developing countries. To achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as the targets of the African Union Agenda 2063, countries like Guinea-Bissau need to mobilize significant resources far beyond what is currently possible through domestic revenues or external aid. At the national level, we continue to face financing deficits in essential sectors such as health, education, agriculture, infrastructure, and climate change adaptation. These deficits are further exacerbated by external factors such as the instability of international markets, limited access to credit due to high interest rates, the effect of climate change, as well as the unpredictable economic impact of armed conflict and global geopolitical crisis. The burden of external debt makes it more difficult for countries in the global south to invest in sustainable development. We need more flexible and a more balanced treatment in the international financial system. In this regard, Guinea-Bissau advocates for a deep reform of the international financial architecture so that it becomes fairer, more equitable, and more accessible to most vulnerable countries. Countries like ours need financing that is predictable, flexible, and tailored to our socioeconomic realities and aligned with our national development plans. I would like to take these opportunities to express our gratitude to our bilateral and multilateral partners for the valuable support they have provided in achieving our development goals and for the commitment of improving the living conditions of our peoples. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to leave Sevilla with positive results. Our people expect concrete decisions capable of mobilizing the entire international community in favor of development and eradication of poverty worldwide. This year marks the 80th anniversary of the founding of the United Nations. Today, more than ever, the world needs global and lasting peace, strengthen the multilateralism, and renew the international cooperation to face the great challenge of our time. We must act collectively and in a coordinated manner to defend the human values and the universal principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations, wherever in the world they may be threatened. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau, and I now have the honor of inviting His Excellency Masoud Pezeshkian, President of the, I beg your pardon, I would like to invite the President of the Transitional Government of Sudan to take the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate. Mr. President, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace, mercy, and blessings of God be upon you. It is my pleasure to speak to you at this important international conference, which is a vital platform to achieve global solidarity and international cooperation for financing sustainable development. This topic is especially important for the people and the countries of the global south and developing countries. It is my honor to represent the people and government of the Sudan and to take part in this conference as we are facing one of the most difficult challenges in our modern history. At the outset, I would like to let you know that the Sudan has made important steps towards civil order by appointing a civilian prime minister in the transitional government. This appointment reflects the Sudan's firm will to continue building state institutions and promote democratic transition in order to build a better future for our people. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this conference is held as the world is facing tremendous challenges, starting with ongoing armed conflicts, severe climate crises threatening food and water security, volatility in financial markets, growing debt burdens, especially for the countries of the South, and a noticeable slowdown in the achievement of sustainable development by 2030. During these difficult international times, the Sudan is going through an exceptional time due to the repercussions of a destructive war of aggression that started in April 2023. An outlaw militia has rebelled against state institutions, leading to large-scale destruction of our basic infrastructure and severe humanitarian crises. Mr. President, despite these tremendous challenges, the people of the Sudan continue to hold on to hope. They are willing to engage constructively with the international community to reconstruct their destroyed country and to achieve development and peace while overcoming all conspiracy and targeting plots. As the Secretary General and other speakers said, we are not asking for favors and compassion. We are not asking for temporary assistance. We are asking for sustainable support that is based on genuine equity and a fair international system that allows the Sudan and other countries to meet their development commitments. The crisis in the Sudan has undoubtedly proven that the current global financial system needs radical reform to achieve justice, balance, and an equitable representation of developing countries in decision-making. We need a more comprehensive and just international financial system that reflects the aspirations and interests of developing countries and that gives them an effective voice in the drafting of international policies. We also call for the reform of global financial institutions to make them more resilient and able to swiftly respond to crises and sustainable development. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, development can only be achieved when peace and stability prevail. The people of the Sudan, despite the tremendous wounds, are looking forward to building a new international partnership based on mutual respect and the respect of national sovereignty and common interest. We would like to thank the King of Spain and the government of Spain for the warm hospitality. We would also like to thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for his continuous efforts in order to guarantee that the United Nations plays an effective role. We hope that this conference leads to recommendations that could lead to commitments to reform the international financial system and to allow the peoples of the South and the peoples of developing countries to prosper. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Transitional Sovereign Council of the Republic of the Sudan, and I now have the honor of inviting His Excellency Gustavo Francisco Pedro Urrego, President of the Republic of Colombia, to address the conference.
Gracias.
Thank you. I think that I have already, in various international events, heard about the need for us to focus on what, for me, is the global priority agenda, given the scope of the problems that we have to address, the scope for destruction of life and humanity that they have. A humanity which, according to what the scientists are saying, is on the brink of extinction, cannot take on more problems than the ones that it already has to face. It has to address those problems that are putting the very existence of humankind and the planet at risk. Otherwise, it would be a case of collective suicide. In recent years, there have been two problems that have emerged and which science has been denouncing and which, according to science, could potentially end humankind. The first one is the climate crisis with countless COPs. You know, there have been 30. Let's hope that the one in Brazil is going to be the final COP. In Cali in Colombia, there was COP16 on biodiversity. So 30 meetings of heads of state in an effort to build, and I'm going to emphasize this word, a plan, to try and build a plan for mitigating climate change and saving life and the planet. A plan, a master plan, given the vast scale of resources that are required in order to try and save life on Earth. But in the last few months, we've not been hearing so much about it. The second major challenge facing humanity today is that of artificial intelligence. And that is nothing than the digitalized accumulation of human thinking from times past and today. It isn't like God from above, from the sky. Rather, it goes underground through the fiber optic cables. The problem lies in who controls it. We've got 5 mega billionaires who have taken over through information networks and the bits which today constitute collective human thinking, or the thinking of humanity as a common good, and which therefore should warrant a multilateral international treaty to regulate the market of artificial intelligence and to not allow for those who own this lifeblood control humanity. Rather, we need humanity to control artificial intelligence. Humanity may die a physical death because of climate change, but according to a physicist, we could also die out as humans because we fail to distinguish between the real world and the virtual world, and our human dimension, our human senses would come to an end. This is what we're talking about today. Today, if you look at the newspapers, the agenda seems to be a different one. They have removed the main discussion of the agenda, the discussion that has to do with the future of our children. They have taken it off and imposed a different discourse upon us, one of bombs and genocide, the genocide in Gaza, bombs on Iran, bombs on Israel, the war in Ukraine, the war in Russia, the war for the oil and gas, the war for power in the world, war so that power can continue to dominate humankind. And why? Because instead of talking about what could wipe out life on Earth, we are talking about wars and concealing the very existence of genocide. And we have no excuse today. We cannot pretend we don't know what genocide is. We're not in the same situation as we were when Hitler unleashed the genocide of the Jews and many other peoples. Something terrible is happening to humanity. Something terrible is happening at the level of the political power of humankind. And I think I'd like to put that out there today as my thesis for this conference. We are not talking about what the Vatican suggested. We're not talking about what the Kenya, France, Germany, and Colombia group suggested about restructuring the global financial system, which would involve the IMF taking up this task as a matter of priority. The main shareholder of the IMF isn't at this meeting. The US is not here. The person who spoke on behalf of the IMF didn't even refer to that fact, and I would like to ask for his indulgence in saying this, but he didn't mention that. And it appears that the IMF is going to turn off the taps at some point, and that is not what the IMF should be discussing. Rather, the IMF should be discussing the proposals made by the Vatican and Kenya, France, Germany, and Colombia, and what came up in the COPs and other meetings. And yet, nothing is said. How debts issued in order to try and reduce the global debt and invest in projects that can reverse the trend with climate change. That is what the IMF should be proposing. You know, we should end the tradition of country risk. Why is it more risky to invest in Brazil that has the Amazon and the lungs of the world than the United States, which is the chimney and the main polluter, and which is leading us to the brink of extinction with China? The people, humanity has to respond. if the IMF isn't capable of restructuring itself in the face of these major challenges for humanity, because its main shareholder is having fun dropping bombs and is associated with genocide, then the IMF has to do away with itself as a multilateral institution, quite frankly, and another one would have to be built in its stead. And I think that is the discussion that we have to start having, and we need to do so urgently because time is running short. There is an agenda that is a usurper, and I will like to end by saying that in the powerful countries of Europe and the countries of North America and the US, majority voting is common. And before reaching this vote about workers and middle-class persons and governors and the powerful, instead of bringing that to the discussion of the central issues affecting humanity that would affect or imply the decarbonization of our world and risk the loss of the capital that comes from oil revenues and fossil fuels, before engaging in that discussion, which science is calling upon us to do, they prefer to subjugate everything to the interests of oil producers and major tech companies and markets surrounding fossil fuel markets. The fossil capital is how I call it. And so we have to bring the electorate to believe a lie, to believe that the reason why they might be dismissed or their wages might drop, it's because of migrants. We come back to lies like Goebbels. We have come back to racism in the world and dangerously slow. And that is why we're applauding a genocide and bombs which kill babies are being dropped. All in an effort to avoid this discussion that humanity has to have. Basically, you've got the powerful facing off against humanity, all because of greed, in disregard of science, and leading us to an era of irrational actions that we only saw before in 1936 when Hitler took power in Germany. We know the consequences, but today the consequences will be even worse because they have to do with the world in its entirety and not just Europe. And it has to do not just with the existence of the Jewish people, but with the existence of all of humankind. The Jewish people is no longer the chosen people by God. It is humankind, the chosen people. And it is about to succumb to its own invention, which is that of greed and an economic system that sustains greed on the basis of an intensive consumption of fossil fuels that are derived from death and are about to actually kill us as well. I would like to make a proposal given the circumstances. The US is not here, but there are many peoples who are here who are represented and who don't want to die, who don't want to become extinct, and who have an interest in mitigating the climate crisis and adapting. We have to rearticulate the meetings of representatives of nations and communities, with kings, heads of state, presidents who are democratically elected, prime ministers, and so on and so forth. We have to also call on the vital driving social sources of humankind. We have to have meetings between peoples and not just between states, meetings between workers and not just states, meetings of peasants and not just states, meetings of women from continents, not just states, meetings of young people, not just states. We need to do that so as to start building a new historic subject, that of humanity. We states are about to perish in the attempt to be effective and in our attempt to actually address the real agenda for humankind. We can be more effective, but it is the time for peoples, for the streets. It is time for economic and social transformation to be drawn on in order to face the challenges of humanity. Thank you.
Doy las gracias.
I'd like to thank the President of Colombia, and I now have the honor of giving the floor to the final speaker for this morning, and I'd like to invite His Excellency Bassirou Diomaye Diakhar Faye, President of the Republic of Senegal, to address the conference. And I would also like to thank the interpreters for the extra time they have given us. Thank you.
Monsieur le Président,
President, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the Spanish authorities for the warm welcome that we have received here. With the convening of this 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, Spain is reaffirming its commitments to the ideal of progress for all at a time when the world is going through a multifaceted crisis that is in danger of putting the agenda for development on the back burner. I would like to congratulate the government of Spain upon the excellent way in which they have organized this conference, and I encourage the Secretary General of the United Nations and all stakeholders to act on the Seville commitment. This is an ambitious document which is a landmark in our collective quest for more innovative, more united and more effective development. But it's not enough just to state our ambition. Making headway on the path towards united sustainable development requires action. First, the reform of global economic governance to correct the systemic inequalities that exist. These continue to hamper our domestic attempts to achieve development, and that is why we support the Seville outcome document calling for a more inclusive, more equitable global economic governance. This includes greater participation of countries of the South in decision-making in the Bretton Woods institutions, notably the World Bank and the IMF. Secondly, it is critical that we continue reforming international taxation so that we can more effectively combat tax evasion and illicit financial flows. We need to strengthen transparency and ensure that wealth is taxed where it is created, that is to say, where companies do business. In this regard, we support the negotiations that are ongoing to achieve an international framework convention on international tax cooperation. Thirdly, the issue of debt warrants particular attention. For us, it is of absolute priority as it has a massive impact on our overall economy. Senegal calls for a review of the criteria used by the credit rating agencies to bear in mind the effects on countries' ability to access credit. We need to have a fairer, more inclusive, more predictable system with automatic suspension clauses should shocks occur. What is laid out in the Seville outcome document sends a positive sign, and we need to work on this to help us to mobilize financing for development. Fourth, financing programs need to meet the specific needs of the most vulnerable countries, notably in Africa. And this also includes LDCs, SIDS, and middle-income countries as well. We support the call for a strengthening of financing mechanisms by looking at innovative sources of funding so that we can avoid any greenwashing and guarantee a genuine impact to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. African countries also need to have access to significant blended and concessional financing to finance sectors that are critical for their development, and this includes special drawing rights. Whose system should be improved so as to be more equitable.